aku agak nggak ikut kemarin kan. Bisa nggak ngomongnya I'd like gitu, bukan I would like?
Boleh.
Harus I would like. Karena kan ini kan ngomong ya. Kalau ngomong kan nggak itu banget gitu. Gak apa-apa tuh.
Betul, betul.
Panjangin aja kali ya, biar panjang kalau nggak ya.
Enggak.
Nambah-nambah sepersekian detik.
Hello, good morning everybody.
Good morning.
Good
How
morning,
are you?
sir.
Right, how are you today?
I'm fine, and you?
Good.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, you should use I'd like, yeah. That's better. When you are speaking, we usually use a contraction, yeah, not full words. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Shall we start now? Yes. What do you think? Because at 10:30 I have to be vaccinated, so we'll have a break at 10:30. Yeah, maybe before 10:30 we have a break, and then we return again if we haven't finished the presentation. Yeah, my connection is unstable here. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Yeah, shall we
Yes.
start now? Okay, can we start now? Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, that all of our staff in the language training center must be vaccinated at 10:30. All of us, yeah, every one of us. So maybe we'll have a break at 10:30 instead of at 10, yeah, because the schedule is at 10 o'clock, the break. But since we have the vaccination by 10:30, so we better stop before 10:30, and then we return again after we got vaccinated. So we have to be there for 30 minutes, and maybe we have to walk back to our office by another 5 or 10 minutes. So maybe 11 past 10, yeah, 10 past 11, sorry, 10 past 11. Maybe we'll start again after the break. So now the first participant, I will call everyone in this room, in this breakout room. Herlina Ramawati, is he here?
Yes, sir.
Is he here? Okay, good, thank you. Pitra Isna Kumala? Pitra is not yet here.
I'm here, sir.
Okay, you are here, all right. And then Rizaldi Admoyo.
Present.
Okay, present. Widiarsi.
Present, sir.
All right, good. Esti Nur Fadila.
Present.
Okay. Wawan KA.
Present, sir.
All right. Bu Mariani Yani Astuti. Not here, Marini ya? Marini Yani Astuti. Not yet here. Ibu Sierra Catherine Margaret Tarigan. Not yet here. Mr. Fahrizal. Not yet here. Okay. So we start with what we have now. We start with Ibu Herlina Rahmawati. Are you ready, Ibu Herlina?
Insya Allah.
All right. Thank you. Please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good morning,
Morning.
everyone. Before I start my presentation, let me know that as my slide, can you see my slide? Have you seen my slide?
Hold on a second.
Not yet.
Have you?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes, now we can see.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute. All right. But before we start our meeting, okay, let me to ask you, would you mind to unmute your microphone? Okay. Okay. Sorry. I want to, sorry. Yes, thank you, Petra. I want to listen your voice to this morning, right? So please unmute your microphone. Thank you. I will say Indonesia, and please, all of you, yell out "War on Drugs," okay? And then your hand must be in front of your body with this sign, okay? Are you ready?
What sign?
Yes,
sign?
I'm ready.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's try. Indonesia, war
War
on
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 drugs.
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 And then you have to say yes, 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 then clap your hands. Okay? Let's start together. Indonesia, war.
War on
War on
drugs.
drugs.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
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 Okay. Let's do it once more together with your happiness face. Okay? Happy face. Thank you. Indonesia,
War on
war.
drugs.
on drugs.
War on drugs.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's continue our presentation. Okay. My name is Lina. Okay, like what you see on the screen. My name is Herlina Rahmawati. I'm drug prevention specialist of National Narcotic Boards of Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta. Have you ever gone to Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta? How many of you have visited Yogyakarta? Let me know. Okay, Petra from Binjai. Pak Saldi, have you ever gone to Yogyakarta?
Of course, I'm studied there.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay. All right. Today, I'd like to give you a brief overview about questioning the common drugs prevention for teenagers. Okay. And the objective of my presentation is to inform you and to pursue you the more effective strategy of drug prevention for teenagers. First, I'll give you some general information about what is actually common drugs abuse prevention. Then I'll talk about the failure of the common drugs abuse prevention. After that, I'll tell you more significant drugs abuse prevention strategy for teenagers. Okay, at the end of my presentation, I'll try to answer any questions you have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a question. Has the strategy of drugs abuse prevention been effective for teenagers today? How many of you say yes, it's effective, it has effective? How many of you? Raise your hand. No one? Okay. And then how many of you say it hasn't effective? Thank you, Basadi. What do you think about the drugs abuse prevention in Indonesia today? Effective? hasn't effective? Okay. To answer the question, let me show you the Indonesia drugs use prevention data in 2019. I get it from Indonesia Drug Report 2020. 250 from 10,000 Indonesia populations at 15 to 64 years exposed to use of drugs. Yeah, it's equal to 4 million, about 4 million people ever used drugs. And then 180 from 10,000 Indonesia population at 15 to 64 years exposed to past year use of drugs. It's a great number, right? Okay, let's continue to the next slide. What you can see from this slide is the age of first time drug use is approximately since day 17 to 19 years. Yeah, I've got this data from BNN Research and the LIPI Society and Culture Research Center. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the United Nations, teenagers are ranged between 10 to 19 years. As you can see, that the age of first time people use drugs is in their teenager age. So if we have children that around 10 to 19 years, it's very easy for them to knowing the drugs at first time. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now let's look at this slide. Yeah, it's important to see that there are many sources how the user get the drugs for the first time. First, they get drugs from their friends. It's about 92% user use drugs from their friends because they influenced by the friends. And then the second, yeah, I think that's the most influenced element, so that drugs user use drugs. I mean the user try to use drugs for the first time. Then how respondent obtain drugs, like what you see on the slide. The highest is come because they given for free. They don't need to pay anything. It's just given for free from their friends. And then the second one is sharing with friends. Okay. What do you think about common drugs use prevention? Yeah, as we can see in our society, the common drugs use prevention sometimes use how the people or a teacher or whatever you say, they give health information for the teenager. And then sometimes we also usually see that they also use the scary tactics to make them think that it's very dangerous. But is it effective? Okay, what do you think? Ladies and gentlemen, the common drugs, yeah, you can see, maybe all of you also can see in our society how the common drugs use prevention delivered to the teenagers. Is it work properly for teenagers? Is it successful? It's not effective actually, simply to scare teenagers with accounts of dangers of drugs. Yeah, UNODC, United Nations of Drugs and Crime, in 2013 emphasized that hyperbolic scare allegation will undermine the credibility of the lessons of our message. So it's like they want, for Indonesia maybe it's lebay, yeah. So we call it hyperbolic because their mind have grow as a teenager. They can see the reality and their peer group. In December 2014, Cochrane, yeah, the global independent network of researchers, professionals, patients, carers, and people interested in health, review of 51 studies involving over 127,000 participants, distinguished 4 of school-based programs. The first is knowledge-based programs. Second is social competence program that teach self-management and social skill, goal setting, problem decision making, as well as the cognitive skill to resist negative external influences. Programs focused on social norms that use normative education, recognition of high risk situation, and practicing refusal skills. And the fourth is combine all the methods that use some element of all three approaches. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting to see that knowledge-based program shows no effect on drugs use or intention to reduce drugs use actually. Social competence program tend to produce results showing some reduction in use, but they statistically significant in very
Kok balik ke sini, Bet? Apa yang terjadi?
Kenapa begini?
Iya, kok tiba-tiba kita diculik?
Aku sudah mau selesai ini.
Kenapa kita tiba-tiba balik, Lisbeth? Hang on a second, saya telepon dulu. Sebentar ya, Suci 2 menit lagi ya.
Oh,
Oke.
tiba-tiba ini apa gimana nih ya?
Iya, tiba-tiba balik. Sebentar.
Tiba-tiba kok jadi balik lagi ya?
Ntar aku telepon Lisbeth.
Wah, kacau nih. Ini udah mau selesai tadi itu. Aduh. Jadi ini balik lagi kita semua ada? Nggak ada suaranya lagi. Ida suaranya di mute.
Oh iya, sorry. Sambil nunggu, mungkin Lisbeth lagi menyelesaikan masalah. Ini either Suci mungkin lanjut aja dulu, Sus. Di sini, Sus, sayang waktunya ya. Izin ya, Pak Agung ya. Sayang waktunya. Beth, ini kita kok grup 2 kembali ke ruang main utama, Beth.
Kepencet kayaknya nama saya tadi.
Lisbeth sedang cek. Oke, silahkan kita gabung lagi grup 2. Ada apa ini?
Okay, sorry. Before it was there was a technical problem. So can we continue, Mbak Arlina? Mbak Herlina?
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Okay, thank you. Have you
We can hear you very clearly.
okay, thank you, thank you. Have can you see my screen? I've shared. Thank you. Okay. Let me continue my presentation. Okay. I've told you from the slide, like what you see on the slide. On December 2014, Cochrane, it's kind of researcher organization based on British, review 4 kind of school-based program. The first is knowledge-based program. Then second is social competence program that teach self-management and social skills, goal setting, problem decision making, as well as cognitive skills to resist negative external influences. The third program focused on social norms that use normative education, recognition of high-risk situation, and practicing refusal skills. And the fourth, combined methods that use some element of all 3 approaches. Okay. The Cochrane, involved 54 activists from around the world to think about which program is the most effective. Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting to see that the first program, the knowledge-based programs, shows no effect. I repeat again, knowledge-based programs shows no effect on drugs use or intention to reduce drugs use. And then social competence program tended to produce results showing some reduction in use, but they statistically significant in very few cases. And then social norms program had similarly weak effects. Then Cochrane conclude. Sorry, wait a minute. Conclude that some programs that combine the methods showed result in preventing drugs use. So we cannot just practice giving knowledge-based program for the teenager. We cannot practice the giving the teenager only social competence program or giving them the social norms programs, but we need to combine the method combine 3 of them. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my speech. Drugs prevention should focus not only on preventing all use of drugs. Let me just run over the key points. There are many powerful risk factors for initiating drugs. For example, biological processes, mental health disorders, family neglect and abuse, and poor attachment to school and community. They are largely out of the control of the individual. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to say yes, teenagers need more effective drugs prevention, and it's not enough by delivering the information about the dangers of using drugs. Ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest you that prevention should combine multifactorial strategy like improving reality-based knowledge of drugs use and drugs-related harms, ensuring access to counseling and other services, remove risk factors in schools and other places, improving parents' capacity to have good conversations with young people. Thank you for the attention, and I'll be glad to try and answer any question. Thank you. If you want to contact me, please to follow my Instagram, Facebook, and also you can contact me by my phone number and email. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Maybe one or two questions from the audience before I give my evaluation. Please. Hello, any questions? Hello. Any questions from the audience? Hello.
Come on, you can ask me anything.
Yeah.
I have a door prize. Okay,
Door
let's
prize.
give 50,000.
Yeah. Okay. Come on. One question may be enough.
May I, sir?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mbak Rizaldi.
Actually, I don't have question, but I would like to
Comment.
Yes, I would like to comment that I love the way she started with to engage with the audience by asking the question. So I think it shows that she has an experienced presenter. So I
Thank
think that's
you.
good for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saldi.
The others, sorry. Mana sih? Okay. Any more comment? Okay, if there is no more comment, then I will give my evaluation to Mbak Erlina. Ya. As mentioned by Mas Rizaldi, you try to engage the audience by starting with the yelling. Ya. If possible, the yelling should ask the participant just to answer yes or no, not too many words or more than one word, because it's rather difficult. Yeah, it's stuck. Yeah, sometimes it's stuck. Okay, sometimes it's stuck. So I think start with any yelling, but only one word if possible. Okay. Number two, when you introduce yourself, you introduce your name and your position. But that is not enough, Helena. You need to explain about your experience, yeah, because I believe you have a lot of experience. Yeah. At least you are involved with many experience, and maybe you also study, attend conference, seminar. You should mention that. Why? That to indicate you are credible person to deliver the presentations about drugs abuse prevention program. Yeah. The next one, the preview. I think you have done it very well. You use the title, objective, and main points very clearly. This is the standard that we have all must do. Yeah. Then the next one, the discussion. Point one, you try to engage again the audience by asking the questions. Excellent. Yeah. you start by sharing data, both national and also international data, to open up the breadth of your knowledge about the drug prevention program and about the drug situation in Indonesia. Okay. And during the presentation, you are very lively, well prepared, good pace. I like your pace. Yeah, you speak not too fast, not too slow, very clear. Yeah. When we are giving a presentation, make sure whatever we say, people can hear it well. Yeah, and you did just that, Pak Herlina. And the most I like is the ending. Yeah. Your ending is perfect. Yeah, mucho. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. I like your ending. Your ending is very clear. You emphasize the information. Yeah. So this is an impactful ending, like what you been instructed in the training session. Yeah. So all in all, you are a nice person. You are very lively, and I think you have mastered the lessons that you learn from our training. Yeah. I hope that in the future you can become a better international level.
Amin, amin, amin.
How do you say penyuluh? How do you say penyuluh in Indonesia? Penyuluh is it extension officer? Penyuluh? Drug extension officer or what?
There are many ways to call penyuluh ya.
Term.
Yeah, term. But I like to be called as campaigner.
Okay, drug campaigner. Okay, yes, yeah. So, Mbak Herlina, well done. Yeah, thank you for your great preparation, great attention and commitment to make this presentation successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Yeah, yeah, you're most welcome. The next presenter, we move on to Mas Pitra. Ibu Pitra atau Mas Pitra? Ibu Pitra Isna Kumala? Ibu ya? Oke, Ibu. Alright. Oke, Ibu Pitra, please.
Thank you. Let me share my screen first. Could you see my screen? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. Today, I'd like to present a topic titled The Importance of Knowing Whether or Not Your Future Spouse is a Drug Abuser. As you can see on the screen, a perfect marriage is just two imperfect people who refuse to give up on each other. Now, here comes a question. But what if your boyfriend or your girlfriend, who is supposed to be your future spouse, were a drug abuser? Would you still marry him or her and not giving up? What do you think? Can I ask Miss Dila, have you got married yet?
I think I'm not gonna marry him.
Okay, thank you.
Eh,
I bet most of you would not want to continue the wedding. Yet, some of you whose loves are strong enough would just accept it and ready to take the risk. It is totally up to you. How do you know it? Well, here we will find out together. But before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Pitra Isna Kumala. I originally came from Jakarta. I was born there like 32 years ago. But from the early of 2020, I was assigned at the National Narcotic Boards of Binjai City, North Sumatra, as a program and budget planner. In this presentation, there are three main points I'd like to share. First, divorce rate in Binjai. Second, measures regulation number 39 of 2017 about the standard operating procedures of marriage in Binjai City. Third, the effect of measures regulation number 39 of 2017 application regarding the prevalence amount of drug abuse in Binjai. And if you have any question regarding this topic, please throw me some by the end of my presentation. I would be glad to try answering them. Now let's begin. Most of you must want to have a harmonious family of your own. Sakinah, mawadah, warohmah, right? The essence of marriage is to create a life that brings benefit to the ones involved as well as to their descendants, their family, and even society. Marriage is also defined as a bond, both inner and outer, of a man and a woman to create a long-lasting and happy family based on the belief of the one and only God. However, nowadays we know that many couples decide to end their marriage and get divorced. One of the reasons of the divorcement is domestic violence that includes physical, psychological, and sexual. One of the reasons of the divorcement is domestic violence that includes physical, psychological, and sexual. I'm sorry, I repeat it. Most of the time, that reason leaves women as victims. In the last 2 years, the religious court of Binjai recorded a drastically increasing number of divorce cases. 479 cases in 2017 and 600 cases in 2018, and most of them were judicial divorce cases. It means the divorce cases in Binjai were mostly filed by women. The majority reasons of the judicial divorce cases were the lack of commitment and harmony, moral crisis, economic problems, neglect, irresponsibility, infidelity or extramarital affairs, jealousy, drug and alcohol use, etc. Built upon the massive numbers of divorce, domestic violence, and drug abusers, the government of Binjai City, the National Narcotic Board of Binjai City, and the Religious Court of Binjai City, along with the coordinators of Family Welfare Program in Binjai City, made a memorandum of understanding about the establishment of Smart Teen Generation in Binjai City. The aim of this MOU was to protect Binjai's community, especially women, from destructive things of the generations of the nation, as well as to build healthy, prosperous, faithful, and qualified family and society. From this MOU, Measures Regulation of 39 of 2017 about the standard operating procedures of marriage in Binjai City was born. In this regulation, every couple who wish to file the marriage application need to follow some rules, such as file the administration file that includes covering letter from local chief, copy of family card and ID card, passport photo, just like the common administration files, and then attend the development of Prosperous Family Program that is held on Tuesday or Thursday in the Prosperous Family Service Center of Binjai City. The development of Prosperous Family Program consists of 3 matters. First, premarital counseling. It is given to the future bride and grooms by the appointed psychologist from the Population Control and Family Planning Services. Its purpose is to prepare the future brides and grooms before entering marriage life. The topic that is presented in this session is about the marriage procedures, how to interpret love and the commitment in it, how to handle conflict, both personal and mutual, such as economic problems, the lack of social knowledge, reproduction health, children, family management, the rights and responsibilities of husband and wife, etc. This step is a preventive ways that the major does to lower the rate of divorce and domestic violence in Binjai. Second, the future brides and grooms are given the anti-tetanus shot and health socialization from the public health center. The anti-tetanus shot has two advantages: to protect the prospective babies from tetanus neonatorium illness, and to protect future moms from the possibility of getting tetanus if wounded. The third one, future brides and grooms are given the socialization about drugs abuse and how to avoid it by the National Narcotic Boards of Binjai City. It will enhance their knowledge about drugs abuse and what risks they may face by getting involved with drugs and its abuser. The future brides and grooms will also be required to do the screening test or the urine test to track whether or not they have used the drugs. Binjai is the first city that does this kind of program in Indonesia, and we are very proud of it. This step is not only to help National Narcotics Boards of Binjai City to trace the drugs abusers and to limit movement of drug abuse, but also to secure families from the domestic violence caused by drugs abuse, as well as to increase the quality of future generation. In this step, if a person were caught using drugs based on the screening test, that person would be directed to get advanced assessment and counseling at the National Narcotic Boards of Binjai City office. Those three steps are mandatory before the future brides and grooms get the NA or the marital certificate, and all of the services are free of charge. This regulation is proven to keep the marriage problem under control. It increased the amount of couples who joined the Planned Family Program and surely lowered the amount of drug abuse case from 275 cases in 2018 to just 75 cases in 2019. That was 300%. 300%. I personally consider it a success. In conclusion, knowing the background of your future spouse is important because marriage is not the end of the road. It is just the beginning of forever. If you knew your partner's background earlier, it would be easier for you to anticipate what you will face in the future. Following the rules of Majors Regulation number 39 of 2017 will help you to prepare your life after marriage. The regulation also makes people plan more carefully before getting married. It also makes people think thousands of times before using drugs. Well, unless they don't want to get married. I think that's all I could present today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening. If you had any question, please do not mind to ask. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Comments or questions, please?
Please.
Hello. Yes. Any questions? Hello. Any question? Yes. Who wants to ask questions? Nobody? Come on. This group, make it lively. Yeah. Ask questions, comments, like Chris Hardy before. Yeah. You can comment or you can make questions. Yeah. No question or comment? Okay, if there's no question or comment, I will just start my evaluation. Okay. First of all, thank you, Mbak Pitra, for your presentation. Yeah. You start your presentation directly to the topic, yeah, and then you probe the question to the audience, yeah. And the question is very good question. You try to engage and giving them real issue of merits, yeah, and it is a very difficult questions, especially when people in love, sometimes they sacrifice everything, yeah. We often heard that even people who got AIDS, they still marry the person who got AIDS, yeah, because of love, yeah. So drug is not an exception, yeah. And I think you raised this very good engaging question, yeah. You introduce yourself, uh, but I think the most important thing, as I mentioned earlier to Herlina, is your experience. Yeah, you never mention your experience. Your experience both of working and also of attending various seminars or conferences related to your topic. Yeah, and then you give a preview. But when you give a preview, don't put table of contents. Yeah, it's not a book. Yeah, you should put agenda. Yeah, not the table of contents. Yeah, it's not the book. Yeah, and then when you start discussing, you are doing the reading verbatim. Yeah. Reading verbatim. Do you know reading verbatim? You read.
No.
You don't present. It means you read out loud. Yeah, you read the text. It's okay to read the text, but try to make it conversational style. Yeah, or we call it conversation utterances. Yeah, because written language and spoken language are totally different. Yeah. So therefore, it is possible try to write it in conversational style. Or if you want to make it what you call it better, if it is about law, just say according to the law, because the law is already mentioned there. You don't need to read it all. Yeah, people can read it. Yeah, according to this law, that's enough. Yeah, you don't need to read all because it's too long and not necessary. Yeah, uh, and then you use data. Okay, the data, I like the data. Data should be shown, not just spoken, but shown like Herlina before. By Herlina, show the data. Yeah, you should do just that. And then in the ending, yeah, in the ending of your presentation, you said the merit is not the end, yeah, it's the beginning of the forever uh, uh, life, yeah. Therefore, you should complete your ending by therefore make sure, yeah, for the rest of your life you have a good prosperous life by avoiding to have a drug addict husband or spouse, yeah. It could be a wife, it could be also a husband, yeah. So uh, that one other sentences that you need to add, yeah, in your ending, then make it more powerful, because your topic is actually very interesting topic. It's very specific. It hits directly to the emotion of the audience, yeah, because that's really what happens to the many people, yeah, who who got married and got trouble having drug addict spouse. And I think your topic is very, very interesting. You just need to show how important and how useful your presentation is. As far as I know, you have selected excellent topic, uh, and I think that would be my comment. Yeah, I hope that Mbak Pitra, next time you can improve from my feedback, yeah, about your presentation. Uh, so don't worry, yeah, we all we are experiencing difficulties in presentation, including myself. When I have the text, then I start to read, and that's our problem. Yeah, it's all everybody's problem. Yeah, therefore put the text as short as possible, so we don't read too much. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very
sir.
much, Mbak Pitra,
Thank you so
for
much.
your commitment and your hard work. Yeah, we have prepared everything and make this presentation possible. Okay. Thank you. We continue to the next presenter, Mas Rizaldi Tris Abmoyo.
Yes, sir.
Mas Rizaldi.
Let me start with
Okay,
the
thank you.
share screen first.
If I had my face because I want you to feel relaxed, yeah, without me looking at you, yeah, directly. Okay.
Okay, is the screen already sharing? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rizaldi Trisatmoyo. I work for National Narcotic Board of Central Java as planning and budgeting staff. I just graduated from double degree program at Gajah Mada University and Takusoku University in Japan. And today I will deliver a presentation with the topic of drugs abuse and economic condition in Indonesia. The government Indonesia has declared war on drugs in the past few years. For example, let me show you a video. On June 26, 2016, President Jokowi instructed law enforcement to hunt, jail, beat, knock them up. If the constitution allow, just shoot them all. The reason why I started with that quote is because Indonesia is in a state of emergency due to widespread drug use. It is clear that due to the recent situation, drug abuse is entangled with other economic and social factors. The latest global economic crisis triggered by COVID-19 in 2020 might also leave the problem of the potential effect of economic condition on drug abuse. Therefore, I would like to share my point of view on the relationship between drug abuse and economic condition. My goal are so that we can identify the economic determinant of drug abuse and understand how economic condition affect the drug abuse. As you can see from the slide, today's presentation will be organized as follows. First, I will start from giving the current overview of drug abuse and economic condition. After that, I will explain the linkage between drugs abuse and economic condition. Lastly, I will wrap it up with the policy implication. After I deliver my presentation, I would like to hear input from you and gladly to answer your question. I'd like to start with discussing the current overview of drug abuse and economic condition. Globally, more than 250 million people of drug, according to the World Drug Report in 2019, published by United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime or UNODC, estimated that 270 million people worldwide had used drug at least once. Furthermore, the number are corresponding to 5.5% of the global population aged 15 to 64 years old. It means nearly 1 in every 18 people are using drug. Now, let's look at this picture I took during this week. Imagine this, from Monday to Thursday to yesterday, we spent ourselves in class with more than 18 participants. According to that previous report, we can assume that one of us is a drug user, right? It is very worrying for us. Based on a national survey of drug abuse conducted by National Narcotic Board in 2017, as many as 3.3 million in the age group between 10 to 59 are drugs abuser at least one, with 59% of the abuser are from the workforce. The same survey also estimate that the economic cost of drug abuse is 84.7 trillion, with 77 trillion as a private cost and 7.2 trillion as social cost. The same survey also revealed that the drugs abuse prevalence level in Indonesia decreased from 2.18% in 2014 to 1.77% in 2017. There are three aspects of transform young people from initial user to a dying abuser according to UNODC. First, at personal level, such as behavioral and mental health. Secondly, at the micro level, for example, parental and family functioning, schools, peer influences. And lastly, at the macro level, socioeconomic and physical environment, caused poverty and lack of opportunity for social economic advancement can lead young people to become involved in the drug supply chain. And from an economic point of view, the unemployment rate in Indonesia was 8.4% in August 2008, and then declined to 7.5 in August 2011, continued to drop to level of 6% in August 2014, and slightly declined by 5.5% in August 2017. For the same period, the inflation rates in Indonesia also fluctuated, while the Human Development Index in Indonesia increased 67% in 2011 to 68% in 2014 and reached 70.8% in 2017. It indicates that economic condition in Indonesia is fluctuating in past 20 years. A plethora of researchers have investigated the connection between drugs abuse and economic condition, but the result is still inconclusive. That's why I interested to study this matter, because the result are still inconclusive. Now, let's take a look at the linkage between drug abuse and economic condition. According to Basel and Castello in 2016 and Nagelhout in 2017, there are three effects how fluctuation on economic condition affect the use and abuse of drugs. First is the income effect, where during economic downturn, drug consumption also decreases. Thus, the behavior indicates that the income effect has a pro-cyclical pattern. Secondly, economic stress effect, where during unemployment or income loss periods, the likely increase in stress on workers will drive the usage of drugs, a condition that shows that the economic stress effect has a counter-cyclical manner. Last, the substitution effect, where the lost working time will add more leisure time to the worker, which will contribute to the increase in drug consumption, thus also having a counter-cyclical pattern. Therefore, the outcome of the economic condition on drug abuse could be pro-cyclical and counter-cyclical or unrelated to the business cycle. Let's move on to the pattern of population growth, the expansion and the complexity of drugs abuse. The pattern of population growth partially explains the market expansion. Over the past 2 decades, drug use increased far more rapidly in developing countries than in developed countries. Adolescent and young adults account for the largest share of those using drugs, while that age group grew by 60% in developing countries over the period 2000 to 2018. It declined by 10% in developed countries. Not only that, urbanization is a driving factor in current and future drug market. Drug use is higher in urban area than in rural area in both developed country and developing country. The mass movement of people from the countryside to town and city partially explain the overall rise in drug use. Urbanization also can be a crucial element in the future dynamics of drug market. particularly in developing countries where the trend toward urbanization is prominent. In addition, the increasing wealth is also linked to the rising drug use, but the poorest suffer the largest burden of disorder. Globally, drug use is more widespread in developed countries than in developing countries. Drugs such as cocaine are even more firmly associated with the wealthiest part of the world. Likewise, within countries, the wealthier sector have a higher prevalence of drug use. But the transition to drug use disorder is more prevalent among people with a lower socio-economic status. Data from a handful of countries suggests an association between harmful pattern of drug use and disorder and low income. Those patterns seem to be less common among wealthier section of society. Economic constraints caused the global COVID-19 pandemic are likely to exacerbate the risk of the most vulnerable population groups, including people using drugs. For example, the change in labor market, such as a rising unemployment, have been linked to increase in drug use in the past. And the pandemic has forced tens of millions around the world out of their job. Finally, I will emphasize on policy implication. In Indonesia, unemployment rate, poverty, and importing goods has become the main determinant of economic conditions which affect the drugs abuse nationally. I believe that these findings are an important first step for the policymaker and society. To underline this conclusion is that government should focus even more on creating jobs and alleviating poverty. Meanwhile, law enforcement should leverage the discovery of this funding by increasing their ability to detect, investigate, and confiscate the drug inflow which is being smuggled in through the legal imported good channel. Therefore, border patrol and awareness raising is also needed for the frontline law enforcement personnel, and taking into consideration the shift in the markets such as online transaction, postal and air freight transport. In order to control Indonesian border areas and ports to prevent the penetration by international drug syndicate, the government also needs to increase the number of its interdiction teams and deploy in all areas that have been or may be used as entry point for drug smuggling and trafficking into Indonesia. Indonesia government also needs to improve the partnership between its law enforcement institutions such as the National Narcotic Board, the Custom and the Excise Office, the military, the police, the airport and port operator, and any other relevant institution. The responsible ministries also need to increase their surveillance of hotel, food and bar vendors, pub, nightclub, since such locations are related with the drugs abuse significantly. That brings me to end of my presentation. To sum it up, I have explained the current overview of drugs abuse and economic condition. Secondly, I focus on the linkage between drugs abuse and economic condition and wrap it up with the policy implication. To conclude, the government should focus even more on creating jobs and elevating poverty. But it is important also that we all together hand in hand on combating drug abuse. Remember that we all have the same duty as citizens, as a mother or father, as a family, as a friend, and as the member of society. Thank you for having me as your speaker today. Now, let's hear your question and input.
Thank you very much, Mas Rizaldi, yeah, for great presentations. Okay, any questions? Any questions?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please, Mas Wawan.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, Mr. Sali.
Good morning, Sir Wawan.
Thank you for giving us a great presentation. Uh, I want to ask you, could you tell us a bit more about the counter-cyclical mechanism according to this pandemic era, especially for Central Java population? Maybe like there are more cases in illicit drugs trafficking than before the pandemic era or something like that? Thank you.
Okay, let me share screen once more. Your question is about the counter-cyclical pattern, right? And in Java, I think from my study, I found out that the loss of income or the unemployment very affected the use of drugs, since many of the worker have a lot of stress, and my research is only limited on the effect. I've not yet study more about how they found a money to buy the drugs in the time of lost income or the unemployment. I think this is interesting because it should be another study that follow my research, so that we can found that what are the main income of the worker who lost their jobs to buy the drugs. I think that's for me.
Okay, thanks for your answer.
Okay, any more questions? If not, then I will give a feedback to your presentation, Mr. Rizaldi. First of all, thank you very much for very enlightening discussion. Yeah, you did a lot of research. Yeah. Uh, okay, we start with the first one. You start with introducing your name and the title. But again, I need experience. Yeah. Please mention your experience, both in terms of the working and also in terms of your research you have attended, as I mentioned earlier, conferences or seminars related to your topic. Number two, I like your video. Yeah, your video is very engaging and also striking. The way Pak Jokowi said, hunt them, jail them, even shoot them. Yeah, that's a very strong, powerful, what you call it, indication that our president really really hates the drug traffickers, yeah, drug abuse. Uh, and you you discuss your presentation with very good, rich, and also heavy data. Yeah, the data is rich. I really like it. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, uh, it's just my question is, if, based on your research, yeah, is it economic only factors? Yeah, I see here. I think not only economic condition, but also the psychological, the chances, and also the environment. Yeah. Environment here, what I mean is whether the society stand up against drugs use, yeah, or drug abuse, by also help improve, what you call it, people to have less using the drug. And not to mention when you mention hotel, bar, entertainment places where usually drug are sold, yeah. Uh, the police should really enforce the law there. Yeah. If not, then people like Rizik, Rizik ya, siap, Rizik siap ya, will come to play because the police do not how do you call it? Uh, like rizik siap is, I don't know how shall I call it in English. I forgot the English word for
Imam or what? Lah, hilang bapaknya.
Kirain sinyal di sini yang jelek.
hello.
Yes, sir. You are disconnected.
All of a sudden the
This
connection.
moment. Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. So, yeah, we call it. How about do you say? What you call it? Try to discipline the hotel, the bar, the entertainment places because the police is absent. The police was not there. Yeah. For example, in my area, Rizik Sihab itu apa sih itunya? What was the name of the Rizik Sihab? FPI ya?
FPI.
FPI ya? Halo? Pak? Ya, FPI ya. FPI burn those places because the police never take charge, take control of those places. This is one of the what you call it, the issues. Yeah, sometimes the society use their own law, yeah, to them, and this is not good because it's unconstitutional. Yeah. Okay. So I think you can put it in your what you got in your conclusion that economic is one of the many factors that make this what you drug abuse growing so heavily, or so big, in our society. In the United States, for example, because of the pandemic, people use more drugs during the pandemic because why? Maybe they get bored, yeah, at home, so they even now legalize marijuana or ganja, yeah, or seed or weed, yeah. So I think it is very funny, as you mentioned earlier, Pak Rizaldi, there is no connection, yeah. People got no job, got no money, actually should have no money to buy drug, and yet they still buy. And where the money comes from, we don't know, yeah. And this is a question that need to be answered, yeah. But all in all, I like your topic. You have very rich data. I learned a lot from your presentation. I think you are a very good researcher, Mr. Rizaldi. Are you researcher, Mr. Rizaldi?
No, sir. But I just finished my master degree last year on October.
Oh, I see.
So this is
Okay,
based on my
okay.
thesis actually.
Okay, good, excellent. Therefore, it is very rich, yeah, because you did it for your postgraduate degree. Okay, but all in all, I really like your presentation. It's very rich, a very lot of meat in your presentation. Yeah, it's a heavy presentation, but you presented very well. Yeah, and I hope you for the best in the future, Pak Rizaldi. Success always for you. Yeah,
Thank you so much, sir.
you're most welcome. Yes, I'm very satisfied with your
Okay.
presentation. All right.
Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Next, continue with Mbak Widiarsi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay. Before that, I will share my presentation. Where is my presentation?
Don't forget to Don't forget to share your name and title of your presentation, okay? Because I need to what you call it, to put it in my evaluation sheet.
Okay, sir. Uh,
Okay, everybody, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will a presentation, but before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Widyasi. I live on Bengkulu. I was born 20 March 1986. I'm from the National Narcotic Board of Bengkulu, and my job data processing subsection facility and infrastructure. And now I'm a presentation about the prison is not place for drugs victim. Please give the underline drug victim. Why? Because my purpose is make a drugs victim doesn't afraid go to the National Narcotic Board of Bengkulu to get a rehabilitation. Okay. In my presentation, I have a three main point that's very important for to know. First, wrong perception about the punishment of drugs victim. Two, a drugs victim will not be in prison. Three, rehabilitation at National Narcotic Board of Bengkulu is free. Okay, we start the presentation. Please look at my slide. There are a diagram, estimate number of people who is exposed to drugs. In 2017, have 24,118 people exposed drugs, and 2019 have 698 people exposed drug. That means narcotic prevalence at province of Bengkulu is high, yeah. In the next slide, I have a diagram too. Diagram about distribution of client on rehabilitation facility in Bengkulu. I have 4 facility in Bengkulu. That's Primary Clinic BNN Bengkulu, Kipas Bengkulu Foundation, Pesona Foundation, and Win Foundation. In Primary Clinic BNNP Bengkulu, we just have 123 people get rehabilitation. Kipas only 36 people. Pesona Foundation only 14 people, and Win Foundation only 4 people. In the total, totally is 177 people. From diagram only 177 people go to rehabilitation, and we will still have 19,521 people not yet rehabilitated. Why did this happen? This happened because 3 points. One, wrong perception about punishment of drug victim. A drug victim are still afraid to rehabilitate because of the assumption or stigma that drugs victims are the same as criminal. The stigma of society that drug victims are criminal make them afraid to repeat themselves to be able to participate in the drugs rehabilitation process. 2. Drug victim will not be in prison. Law on the Republic of Indonesia number 35 in 2009 about narcotic, Article 127, in the case of abuser may be proven or proved to be a victim of abused narcotics. The abuser shall undergo medical rehabilitation and social rehabilitation. So, drug victim will not be in prison. 3. Rehabilitation at National Narcotic Board of Bengkulu is free. Not pay anything. So don't worry about how much money for rehabilitation again. Because there are people come to my office. He asked how much money for rehabilitation. They afraid to pay rehabilitation, and now I give you information that rehabilitation is a free. That's bring me to the end of my presentation. Let me just run over the key point again. 1, wrong perception about punishment for drug victim. 2, drug victim will not be in prison. 3, rehabilitation at National Narcotic Board of Bengkulu is free. In conclusion, I hope there is no drug victim afraid when they hear about rehabilitation and afraid go to the National Narcotic Board of Bengkulu. I don't want to hear again, I'm drugs victim, and people look at me like as criminal, or I'm afraid will be in prison or need much money for rehabilitation. Thank you for your attention. If there are questions, I will try to answer, but if I can answer, please give your phone number, maybe WhatsApp, maybe email. I will answer tomorrow. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak Widiarsi, for the presentation. Any questions, please? Questions, comment, anybody? There is no question or comment about the presentation of Mbak Widiarsi. I'd like to give the evaluation for your presentation. you mentioned you introduce yourself and then the topic and the outline. Yeah. I don't know whether you use the engagement method in the beginning. Did you use the engagement method, Mbak Widiasi? Yes or no,
Yes,
Mbak
sir.
Widiasi?
Yes.
Did you use any engagement method, asking questions or uh, probing questions or no? Did you use it or not? No, because I didn't
No.
catch it whether you use the engagement topic. Yeah. But if possible, if you don't have the engagement method in the early stage, at least name, as I mentioned earlier, the experience and also your your uh, experience in attending the conferences or seminars or just your working experience, yes, about the topic. And the next one is about your point, your good data from Bengkulu. Yeah, you specify the context only in Bengkulu. Yeah, uh, uh, and then I saw so many spelling mistakes. Yeah, not so many. Yeah, a few spelling mistakes, especially the words that you use over and over again. Yeah, perception is not S. Yeah, perception with C. Perception. Yeah, and punishment not with F but with P. Punishment. Yeah. That is a small correction, but actually it's quite uh, annoying, yeah, when you put it in your slide and it, I mean, the spelling mistakes shown over and over again in your slide. So you should make sure you use the what you call it, the spelling checker, for your presentation, so you don't have to make unnecessary mistakes. Okay. Uh, you speak clearly, yeah. You with a good pace also. Yeah, the pacing of your speak easy to follow. Yeah, but you need the ending. The ending should be powerful. Yeah, you need to step up the ending of your presentation to be more impactful. Yeah, so your presentation will be much more powerful. From this uh, presentation, yeah, this is for us all, not only for WDRC. As you can see that the slide, yeah, only support or help you, yeah, support you, but actually the real what you call it, success of the presentation is the presenter itself, how the presenter project themselves to be listened to, yeah, by the audience. Yeah, when we are talking, it is not easy to ensure everybody listens to you. Yeah, to make them listen to you, you can give striking information. Yeah, or you can give what you call it, uh, interesting or maybe entertaining approach. Yeah, that make people come to you and want to listen to your presentation attentively or actively. Yeah, uh, this is as I don't know if I write something in the whiteboard. Is it possible or not? Can you see it or not? Can you see? Uh, yeah. Can you see or not? You cannot see.
No,
You
sir.
cannot see my handwriting. Maybe I need to turn off the search the screen. Yeah. How do I okay the video? I will turn off the background. I will turn off the background. Blank. Okay, blank background. Okay. Did you see from? Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hello. Can you see my?
Yes, I can
Okay.
see it, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
yes, this is the challenge. Yeah, the challenge for all of us, not only you but also me. Yeah. This is the challenge for every presenter, all presenters, not every, all presenters. This is attention span. This is attention span, and this is the time, right? In the beginning, people will listen to you, right? This is the beginning, right? And then after that, people concentration start to fall. Yeah, start to fall, and then when you end, people start to listen again. Don't let this happen to your presentation. Yeah? If this happens, your presentation is not effective. Yeah. Why? Because the level of attention is too low. Yeah, very low. Because of that, you need the strategy like before your friends, for example, Mbak Herlina, yeah, with her lively facial expression, and then yeah, her questions, yeah, she tried to engage the audience, and then also with the next one, Mbak Fitra, yeah, Mbak Fitra also give a good questions, yeah, probing questions that directly connected to their emotion, to the audience emotions, yeah. And or like Pak Rizaldi showing great data, yeah, rich data. This becomes like this. The other point is going up again, and then finally up again. Yeah. So if you can fill in this attention span, yeah, drop and then you move up again, drop and you move up. To move up the attention span, you can use question, you can use data, you can use what else? Ask them to participate, yeah, ask them to participate. So or other techniques, there are many other techniques, yeah, maybe to show video or pictures. I don't know. Yeah, there are so many ways. Yeah, this is the challenge for all of us as a presenter to make sure that the attention span. So make sure we use enough approaches to make sure the curve, yeah, is not going down and get up, but going up, down a little, and then up again, down a little, up again. So you can maintain the level of attention of the audience. Yeah. This presentation is very short. Yeah. Because of that, make sure it can happen. Because it's only 4 or 5 minutes, yeah, presentation. So you should use many strategies, yeah,
Jadi
approach to
gatel
make sure
kok aku.
everybody
Ih, sebel.
your Mbak Elina, your voice is on. Yeah, so that's my comment. Yeah, but anyway, thank you very much for your presentation, Mbak Widiarsi. Yeah, that's all the evaluation from me, the feedback from me. Maybe it is useful for future presentation. Thank you. Now we continue with the next presenter, Mbak Esti Nur Fadila.
Yes, sir.
Ya. Oke, so kenapa palanya gatal itu? Ya.
Nervous, Pak. Stress, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm glad to see you here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Esti Nur Fadila. You can call me Dila. I'm from National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan. In 2019, National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan succeeded to stop illicit drug smuggling at Bengkayang, amount of 100 kilograms of methamphetamine and 100,000 ecstasy. Have you ever heard this news before? Hello? Have you ever heard this news before? Okay, I think most of you know this news and most of you didn't know this news. But at the moment, our office so busy because there are so many reporters come and go to our office and in Cawang, Mr. Arman Depari so busy because there are so many reporters come and go in Cawang too. Okay, because of that, today I would like to present about illicit drug smuggling in West Kalimantan. My purpose is to inform the strategy to reduce illicit drug smuggling in West Kalimantan. The outline for this topic are first, narcotic case disclosure data of National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan. Second, illicit drug smuggling route in West Kalimantan. And the third, the strategy to reduce illicit drug smuggling in West Kalimantan. In the end of my presentation, I'll try to answer any question you have. In my first slide, I'd like to show you narcotic case disclosure data of National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan. This table gives us information about the drugs that we got in 2018 until 2020. In 2018, we got marijuana, methamphetamine, ecstasy, and 36 suspects. But in 2019 and 2020, we didn't got marijuana, but we got methamphetamine and ecstasy. So the most popular drugs in West Kalimantan are methamphetamine and ecstasy. But in last month, we got marijuana from Medan to the marijuana sent from Medan to Pontianak using expedition JNT Express. But we didn't get who is the receiver. We still search who is the receiver. In this slide, I will tell you about the illicit drug smuggling route in West Kalimantan. The drugs mostly from Malaysia. We know that, as we know, we have a borderline between Malaysia and West Kalimantan. We have four legal and 52 illegal borderline. For legal borderline, we have PLBN Aruk at Sambas, PLBN Badau in Kapuas Hulu, PLBN Aruk at Bengkayang, and PLBN Entikong at Sanggau. And we have so many illegal borderline along this way in the red line. The courier usually do illicit drug smuggling via illegal borderline, of course, and usually he bring it to Indonesia with a land road or maritime road. If the destination of illicit drug smuggling in Pontianak are Pontianak, if the destination of illicit drug smuggling is Pontianak, usually the courier from Malaysia leave the drugs in forest, and then the courier from Indonesia pick it up and then bring it to Pontianak by the car or motorcycle. But if the drugs, the destination of the illicit drug smuggling is Singkawang. The courier from Malaysia bring it, the courier Malaysia and then Indonesia courier meet in here by sometimes using fishing boat, and then they bring it to Singkawang through maritime routes. In 2019, there are illicit drug smuggling from Malaysia via Jagoy Babang using fishing boat. So we must be cautious with land, maritime, and airway. So let's move on to the next slide. So what should we do to reduce it? I think we have to change our mind about disclosure narcotic crime. We cannot just focus on amount of drugs that we got, but we should focus on the network of illicit drug smuggling. We have to cut them. We just catch the courier. So if we just catch the courier, so the main people or bandar still supply the drugs to our country. I know it's not going to be easy, but we have to believe that we can do it. Because of that, we should make a joint program to combine our force. Once again, we should make joint program to combine our force. We should build a good cooperation with other institutions like police, customs, immigration, etc. We should make joint program. For example, National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan has information about illicit drug smuggling from Malaysia via Antikong. And then National Narcotic Board National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan share this information to Customs and Immigration. So they will monitor whoever come to Indonesia via Antikong, or they will help to profiling the target. And then we can catch the target together. Actually, when we talk about drugs, we are talking about demand and supply. Economically speaking, supply and demand form continuous cycle. As long as illegal drugs are still highly demanded, the supply will never die down in the market. Because of our job in eradication section, so our job is to stop the supply. Okay, I will tell the key point of this presentation. Let me just run over the key points again. First, the most popular drugs in West Kalimantan are methamphetamine and ecstasy. Second, we have 4 legal and 52 illegal borderline. And then the last, we have to focus on the network of illicit drug smuggling. To sum up, based on narcotic case disclosure data of National Narcotic Board of West Kalimantan, the most popular drugs in West Kalimantan are methamphetamine and ecstasy, which are mostly come from Malaysia. We have so many illegal borderline between West Kalimantan and Malaysia. So we should make joint program with other institutions who related with our job description. And we must be cautious with land, maritime, and airways. And from now, we should focus on the network of illicit drugs smuggling, and we have to cut them. It will help us to stop illicit drug smuggling in West Kalimantan. The more institutions are involved, the better outcome will be. Henry Ford said, coming together is beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. So teamwork is a must. I believe once illicit drug smuggling are no longer found, the future of young generation will definitely be much brighter. Okay, that's cover all I wanted to say today. Thank you for your attention. I'll be glad to try and answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Esti, yeah, for the
Yes.
presentation. Any questions from the participants? I don't know why marijuana is put under the illicit drugs, because marijuana already is very addictive, but it is not dangerous because it's legalized in many countries. Yeah, I don't know why it is classified into illicit drug. Could you explain that, Mbak Esti?
Sorry, sir. Could
I
you
was
repeat again?
I was wondering why marijuana is categorized under illicit drugs or the most addictive drugs. Yeah, I know marijuana can be addictive, yeah, but it is less dangerous and also been legalized in many countries, yeah, except Indonesia. While in fact Indonesia can increase our income, yeah, our what you call GDP, yeah, if we can
Yes.
export, yeah, marijuana to other countries that legalize the marijuana. That's my question. My question is why marijuana is included in the illicit drug? Only because of the addiction, or because the other drugs are dangerous? Marijuana is not dangerous. I have a friend who have consumed marijuana since very young age, yeah, maybe 10 to 20, 12 years old until today. Today, his age is around 65 or something. Still consume marijuana regularly. No problem, yeah, no problem. No dangers, yeah. But different with sabu, yeah, putau, yeah, it kills you very quickly, yeah. And that's addictive and also kills you quickly. But marijuana is not one of them, yeah. Marijuana is far from dangerous in terms of killing people. But maybe changing their brain or their mental condition is possible, yeah, but not killing. Okay, what is that? And your response, Mbak Esti?
Okay. I think marijuana include illicit drugs because marijuana have make people addict with that, and the zat yang ada di
Substance.
dalamnya,
Chemical substance inside, yeah.
Yeah, the substance make people make the brain apa maksudnya? Kinerja otaknya menurun gitu, Pak.
Yeah,
Maksudnya.
makes their brain performance drop. Yeah.
Yes, the moment. But actually, I heard that some people agree that if the marijuana illegal in Indonesia, but Arman Depari still but Mr. Arman Depari want marijuana illegal in Indonesia. But some people want marijuana to legal, like Panji Pragiwaksono, because Panji Waksono said that there is no illicit drugs from marijuana, like methamphetamine. There is illicit drugs, and there is the right use from methamphetamine.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. I think we should consider that marijuana also can give benefit to people who takes it, especially for those who are in under depressed situation in Netherlands and also in America, they legalize it at first to to use as a drug as a medicine for those who are depressed as a depression what you call medicine who are depressed. Okay. Anyway, now I'm going to give you the evaluation. Is it Mbak Esti or Mbak Dila? Mbak
You
Dila
can
deh.
call me Dila. Yes.
Oh, your name is Esti Nur Adila So Dila. Okay. Alright. So Mbak Esti, thank you. Ini siapa yang mau suaranya masuk ya? Halo. Ini suaranya masuk tuh. Siapa tuh?
Dari BNP Aceh mungkin.
Aceh, tolong ya, itu suaranya ngeganggu ini. Ya.
Oh, sorry.
Ya, oke. Dimatikan soundnya. Oke, alright. Ramai sekali itu kayak di pasar jadinya ya. Oke, you started with greetings and giving the name, and interestingly, you mentioned about the success story of your office in West Kalimantan. It's quite new way of engaging to the audience. It's interesting way of starting Mbak Esti
Thank you.
And then and then you give the objective, the outline, the standard procedures of good presentation, and then you start with the data. You show the data, and then you discuss it, and then the conclusion. When my point for you maybe on the conclusion the conclusion you should show only, for example, the most popular illicit drug itu, for example, just the name of the drug most popular, and then column titik 2 column, and then what are the what you call it, the drugs that are most common. No need to put it into complete sentences. You can say it in complete sentences, but you don't need to put it in complete sentences. Just a minute, there is a call. Oh my God, where is the? Okay. Just a minute. I have to. Okay, I just turned it off. All right, so so when you put the information in the slide, if possible, only keywords. Do you know how to know the keywords? Hello, I will show you the examples of the keywords. How to know the keywords? The keywords. For example. Okay, how do you decide the keywords? Can you read it? Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah. When you want to know which one are the keywords, just eliminate any words that if you eliminate it, it doesn't change the meaning. For example, in here, illicit drugs, very addictive,
and dangerous.
in the word. Omit this one. You don't use this kind of word. So all of these are what you call it? The keywords. Keywords is the meaning change. Yeah, kan? I think it's better just to use the data only. The data most popular illicit in Kalimantan, for example, yeah, what drugs, yeah. Don't put in complete sentences because you can say it in complete sentences, but you show it in just keywords, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
thank you, but you just show us another approach, yeah, of a good engaging. I think this is a good new way, yeah, a new way of for us to learn, yeah, including myself. Thank you very much, Mbak Esti, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now, yes, we still have, I don't know how many minutes do we have now. We have only 20 minutes before I got shot by vaccinated. Have you all got vaccinated in BNN? Hello?
Yes.
Esti, you have. I see. So we are late then. Lan is late, yeah, to get vaccinated. What do you think? Shall we proceed or shall we adjourn now or stop now and then we continue again after I got vaccinated? Hello?
Sorry, sir.
Halo?
I
Shall we
think
Yes.
proceed?
if
Apakah
you talk
kita teruskan dulu satu lagi atau kita berhenti dulu nanti mulai lagi nanti? Partisipan.
9
How many more
participants, sir. 5 more, actually. 4 or 5?
So 4 more then. 4 more, not 5, Mas Rizaldi. Yeah. Okay, one more maybe, yeah. One more person. We continue with Mas Wawan.
Okay, sir. Evening, sir.
Mas Wawan,
Yes. Yes, sir. Can
okay,
you
you
hear
can
my
start your presentation.
Can you hear my voice, everybody?
Yes, we can see, we can hear you clearly. Yours.
Wait, I will share my file. Can you see my slide? Hello, sir. Can you see my slide, everybody?
Yes, Mr. Wawan.
Thank you. I will start. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wawan Kurniawan Aziz. I am the extension agent of National Narcotics Board of East Java. I graduated from Psychology Faculty of Airlangga University. Before working at National Narcotics Board of East Java, I was a recruitment specialist of Human Resource Division for 5 years. Then I was an assessor in Rehabilitation Division of National Narcotics Board of East Java for 1 year. And then today, I'm the extension agent of National Narcotics Board of East Java. Okay, I'm going to give you a brief overview how illicit drugs use destroys your life. My aim is to suggest the employers to create a drug-free workplace. First, I will show you illicit drugs use data in East Java, especially in workplace. Then I will talk about the dangers of illicit drugs use, and then I'll point out how to create a drug-free workplace. At the end of my presentation, I will try to answer any questions you have. Now, can you imagine if one of your own children became a drug addict, or even if yourself is a drug addict? So, do you remain silent and don't care about the increasing number of illicit drug users and drug addicts today? So, let me start about the illicit drug use data. Illicit drugs use become a common problem in Indonesia right now, especially in East Java. According to National Narcotics Board of Indonesia in 2019, there are about 5.5 4.5 million persons as illicit drug users in Indonesia, about 2.4% of Indonesian population, and about 3.4 million persons used illicit drugs actively in the last 1 year. And now, let's look the illicit drugs use data of East Java, the right one. In 2019, there are about 1 million persons as illicit drug users in East Java, or about 2.5% of East Java population, and about 550,000 persons used illicit drugs actively in the last 1 year. And then, let's look to the next slide. In 2018, 2.8% from about 21 million workers in East Java, or about 590,000 workers, are illicit drug users. Well, that was illicit drugs use data in East Java, especially in workplace. Now, I'll move on to the dangers of illicit drugs use. Many losses incurred by using illicit drugs. Firstly, illicit drugs use physically damage almost all vital organs that exist in us, especially the brain. Now, can you imagine that the brains of people who never used drugs are like plain white paper like this, okay? And every time you start trying to use illicit drugs, imagine a cigarette is punching holes like this, yes, in the paper. When the paper has a hole, can it return to normal? Of course not. And that's the brain condition of the drugs addicts. And you have to know that the process for recovery from drug addiction is a lifelong journey. Secondly, when the brain is damaged, many mental problems will arise. One of them is serious mental disorder. This mental disorder is caused by cervical abnormalities in the brain. The impact can interfere with systemic function and brain nerve impulses. This condition can later lead to failure of brain function in processing information to and from the five senses. This can lead to unnecessary projections such as auditory, visual hallucinations, or past memory projections. In addition, addiction to cannabis-type drugs is also often associated with neuropsychiatry such as schizophrenia. Users of this type of drug can experience a decrease in the quality of the brain thalamus. This damage resembles that found in people with schizophrenia. And thirdly, illicit drug use will destroy your financial condition. Drug addicts will justify any means to get money to buy illicit drugs. They can even sacrifice the money of their family needs to buy illicit drugs. And so to my final point, how to create a drug-free workplace. A workplace that has illicit drug use problems isn't just an unsafe space. It's also an unhealthy and inefficient one. Employees who use illicit drugs are more likely to switch jobs frequently, be less productive, and get into accidents. Employers often have the most power to make changes in the workplace. If you are an employer or supervisor who wants to create a drug-free workplace, you can do these following steps. Look at the slide. Firstly, create a written policy that contains regulation and consequences when violating it. Secondly, give regular trainings to your employees that not only warn the dangers of using illicit drugs, but also encourage healthy behaviors in the workplace. Thirdly, consider drug testing regularly. Make sure that you treat everyone fairly and equally when it comes to drug testing. Fourthly, use employee assistance programs that offer psychoeducation, counseling, and other wellness resources to employees. Research has shown that preventing illicit drug use in the workplace is more cost effective, and by demonstrating to employees that your company prioritizes their physical and mental health, you increase the overall level of wellness at work. Now, let me show you an interesting video. Wait a minute.
One, is it
Yes,
finished?
not yet. Wait a minute.
Yeah, finished, right?
Okay. Okay, where's the... Oh, yes, maybe there is trouble with the video to share. I will continue. Yes. Okay. That covers all I wanted to say today. I'll briefly summarize the main points. I have I have told you about the dangers of illicit drug use, and I have pointed out how to create a drug-free. Yes. A drug-free, uh, I repeat, I have told you about the dangers of illicit drug use, and I have pointed out how to create a drug-free workplace. In conclusion, you have to be aware how illicit drugs use destroys your life. So once again, I would suggest the employers to create a drug-free workplace because it's very important for both the employers and the employees. You have to remember that you don't need a lot of explanations. You don't need a lot of argumentations. You only need a lot of actions to create a drug-free workplace in your company. Thank you for your attention. I'd be glad to try and answer any questions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much, Mas Wawan, for interesting presentation. I think I will just directly give the evaluation because I have to go being shot by the doctor. Okay. First, you give your name, you tell your position, your educational background, and also your experience. Excellent, Pak Wawan, for that initial start. I like it, and it's very clear and very interesting. And then you mentioned the topic and the objective and the main point. Now, in the main point, you have a good data, but the data will be even better if you translate it into English first, not in Bahasa Indonesia, yeah. Okay, so the data is excellent, the way you present it excellent, you explain it very clearly. I like it, I enjoy it, yeah. It's just it should be in English, yeah. And the next in the danger, it is interesting you mentioned about physical, mental, and financial dangers. But if possible, you add the key words of what in terms of physical, what physical? Is it brain or whatever, yeah? And then mental, what are the dangers of mental? And then financial, the same. And then create drug-free workplace, right? No problem. The last one might be the conclusion. The conclusion is okay, very good. You encourage people not just talk and think, but do, yeah, or act, yeah. But in English, there is no word as argumentation. There is no word in English argumentation. There is only arguments, yeah, but no argumentation, yeah. Arguments, yeah. There is don't argue and no argument, just do or just act, yeah, something like that. Okay, your presentation is very well presented, yeah, very good, very clear. I like it. Thank you very much, Pak Wawan, to show us how to be a good presenter. Thank you. We adjourn the session until I return, so you can now have a rest. Okay, I will be back as soon as possible. Okay. All right. See you then. Okay. I will put my virtual background back. So it is okay. All right. Okay.
Kita jadi balik jam berapa ini nanti?
Kayaknya nunggu bapaknya halo-halo di sini, Mbak.
Yang belum standby aja Mbak, minta tolong ya. Soalnya ini aku mau balik ke kantor, jadinya kayaknya nggak bisa ikutin ini. Takutnya nanti kalau dicariin, oke? Terima kasih.
Hello, good afternoon. Bu Herlina, Bu Widyarsi,
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Pak.
Bu Marini,
Good afternoon, sir.
Miss Herlina, Miss Dila, so these sessions, we are still waiting for Pak Agung because Pak Agung is, so we are here in NIPA are having a vaccine already about COVID. So he's still in the process of vaccinations because there is a long journey from the registration until the process itself and then the created of the certification. So maybe a little bit late. So we are waiting for Pak Agung. While we are waiting, please prepare your presentations. Or option 2, we start with the second presenter, the next presenter, once only with me, Pram. And then after that, we'll be continued by Pak Agung. So which one is better? Which options do this class choose? Option number 1, we are waiting for a while, or option number 2, we start with the next presenter.
I prefer number 2.
Number 2, yeah? The sooner the better, Bu.
Yes,
Marini.
right.
Okay, the sooner the
Yeah.
better. Okay, we are going to start with the next presenter, but with me first, and then after this one will be with Pak Agung, yeah? Okay, so who is the next after this one?
Me.
Bu Marini.
Yeah.
Okay, Bu Marini. Let's just prepare yourself for a while, maybe 1 minute preparation. If you are ready, and then just give me a sign with a thumb.
Okay.
And then we are going to start.
Okay.
Okay, where is Herlina and Petra? It's not here yet, or having something trouble with the connections. Hello, Miss Herlina. Masih grogi-grogi enggak? Enggak tuh Bu Ibu? Enggak ya? Enggak. Okay. So one of the advantages of having virtual speech is reducing the anxiety, yeah? Because we are not having the real audience as much as the classical class. So I think this is a good way practice. Miss Marini, would you like
Yes.
to share your identity? For example, Marini and then underscore Capri in the chat box, and then the
Okay.
title of your speech. So everybody will notice if some of the participants maybe had
Alright.
to go for a while. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the next speech. It is going to be held by Bu Marini, entitled "The Brain of a Drug Addict." Once again, I repeat, we are going to have a next speech. The title is "The Brain of a Drug Addict." Bu Marini, is everything okay?
Yeah.
All right, the time is yours, please.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll start to share my screen. Okay, have you seen my screen?
Yes, clearly, everybody can see Miss Marini's screen? Share
Yes,
screen?
I can see it.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Okay, then I will start my presentation. Hello, everybody. It's an honor to meet you at this beautiful day. Let me introduce myself. I am Marini, a representative of BNN Provinsi Kepulauan Riau. Anyone ever heard about my office before?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure some of you already heard. Okay, thank you. So today I would like to share about the brain of a drugs addict. In this presentation, I would like you to see addiction from the scientist's point of view. In this first we will discuss about why people trying drugs. Then I will explain about how addiction affect the brain. After that, we will discuss how to prevent addiction. At the end of presentation, you are supposed to have your own opinion and to decide on which side would you like to stand. By having different point of view, we will have a wiser solution. I'd be glad to answer any question at the end of my presentation. So, boys and girls, Stephen King once said that the brain is a muscle that can move the world. I'm sure he is saying about healthy brain of a healthy people. So how about addicted brain? Have you ever wondered why people trying drugs? Can you think of a reason? Their friend gave it to them or forced them to take it or secretly add it to their food or drinks. Or maybe they want to feel cool and fit in the community. And many other reasons. To sum up, those reasons could be internal or external. So next, what if the effect if a person consumes drugs? Of course, they will feel happy, excited, passionate, dynamic, vibrant, etc., until the drug effect run out. Then what happened after that? They start to consume more drugs and more and more. Their brain full with chemicals and start to manipulate moods and behavior. So they start addicted and their tolerance is increased. You can see the picture here showing the difference between drug abuser brain and healthy brain. Like this. So, Eric Hoover once said that an empty head is not really empty. It's stuffed with rubbish. So, by consuming drugs, you will fill your brain with rubbish. Okay, next question. How we could prevent this damage? It's actually so easy. First, be proud if you are drug-free. Believe that drugs has negative impact. Second, make sure you're in a good peer. Third, do positive activity. Fourth, make time to relax with your family and discuss if any problem arises. Find solution, but always stay away from drugs. Make a distance. So I hope this step could help us to prevent addiction and brain damage. We have reached the final section. Bear in mind that drugs manipulate your brain and destroying your body, your life, your loved one, your family, and so on and so on. Too scary to imagine. In short, always say no to drugs. Are we agree?
Yes, we agree.
Yes.
Yes, we agree.
I believe everyone get the message and stay on the good side. Thank you for your great attention. May all we share today be useful for all of us. Walt Disney said that happiness is a state of mind. Our life is the creation of our mind. So stay happy without drugs. Okay, any questions? No? Then I'll close my presentation. Good day, everyone. Bye.
Okay, Bu Marini. Good day, everyone. It was a very great speech, very valuable and precise, especially for young generation. Okay, it was a great speech. Pronunciation is very well acceptable. Visual is well prepared and well presented, so it will help your presentation, how you deliver the speech. Okay, so overall it is good, Bu. Overall it is acceptable. Just one point to make sure that maybe there is a need for powerful introductions and then to get in touch with the other participants. So we are focusing to make it focusing. I think that's all. Everything is great. Okay, give a virtual applause to Bu Marini. Very good. Okay, so nice presentation. Here we have already Pak Agung with us here joining these presentations. So Pak Agung, I reported that before previously we have Bu Marini as presenters. The title is The Brain of Drugs Addicts. Yes. And then we are going to continue again, Mr.
Okay.
With the next presenter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mas Pram, for what you call it, for keeping the presentation go on ya. Okay. I heard Mbak Marini Heni Astuti presentations very interesting. Yeah, I enjoyed talking about the impact of the brain damage towards from the drugs. Interesting. But Mas Pram has already given his evaluation, so I will carry on maybe to the next presenter, that is Miss Sierra Catherine Margaret Tarigan. Is he here? Is he here?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, okay, you can start now.
Okay, first I will share my screen. Can you see my...
Yes.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. I will start now. Ladies and gentlemen, last year in 2020, Police of Bangka Belitung conducted the biggest narcotic disclosure in the history of Bangka Belitung, with evidence 200 kilograms of crystal methamphetamine. For another province, this number may not to be much, but for Bangka Belitung, which has only a population 1,455,678 inhabitants, this would have affected 1 million people if it was abused. So it's about 68% of the population of Bangka Belitung get fly if it's sprayed. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Sierra Catherine Margaret Tarigan, and you can call me Sierra. I'm intelligent data processor in the section of eradicating the National Narcotic Board of Bangka Belitung. In this change, I'd like to be present the strategy to reduce narcotic trafficking from the perspective of legal action. So, in the second slide, you can see the fact of what I said before. It's about the disclosure of narcotic by Police of Bangka Belitung. The objective of the presentation is to reduce narcotic trafficking by arresting target and narcotic evidence in large quantities with collaboration to other related institutions. In my presentation today, first, I will explain narcotic crime as a structured and organized crime. Then, I will show you the route of drug smuggling to Bangka Belitung. After that, I will come up with what National Narcotic Board have done to reduce the circulation of narcotics. Finally, I'd like to end with a conclusion. And the end of my presentation, I will try to answer any question you have. So I'm going to start by discuss about structure and what do you imagine when I say structure and organized narcotic crime? Maybe you want to answer? In my slide, I'd like to show you the chart. Narcotics crime, like a company of or agency, performed by a group of people with different rules and tasks. For example, there are top leaders, and then in the chart they have the controllers, supplier, financial managers, and they have courier to send the narcotic to the buyer. Of course, this requires extra handling from related agency, especially the National Narcotic Board, to be able to find out who the target and their roles in this organization. Data such as name, address, location of narcotic production, place to storing narcotics, location of narcotics transaction, and other data are confidential until it is time for disclosure by the authorized apparatus. It takes a long time to uncover network of narcotic crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you already have this data, then you need to know the routes that this organization may use to smuggle narcotics in area. Is it land route or it's going by sea? Maybe by air too. In my slide, this is a drug smuggling route in Bangka Belitung. They have so many routes to take the narcotic to the Bangka Belitung. They have road sea, they have route by sea and then air too. For example, in Bangka Belitung, from the name, it can be concluded that this area is the close island cluster. It consists of large island, Bangka, and Belitung, and 468 small island around the large island. This means that the sea and air routes are linked to or between islands. Bangka Belitung has 2 airports and 5 official ports for passenger and commodities, as well as hundreds of fishing ports. The airports is in the Pangkal Pinang and Tanjung Pandan. In a regional situation like this, the suspect of or the target of narcotic crime will definitely use sea or air routes to get into the Bangka. If by sea, it will go through the port, whereas if it is by air, it will definitely enter through the airport. Therefore, it is necessary to collaborate with the agency or instantiation that offers this place, that oversee this place. If you already know the person, the route, then the next thing that needs to be done is to collaborate with agency that have the same concern with National Narcotic Agency, National Narcotic Boards. Isn't there an Indonesian proverb which say, berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing. If you can do three things mentioned above, you will undoubtedly be able to uncover a narcotic crime in an area. Next, I show you the collaboration between the Bangka Belitung with the National Narcotic Board of Bangka Belitung. This is a discourse of narcotic crime at the airport. The person are wife and his husband. This take the narcotic to Bangka Belitung with the plane and from the Java. They put the methamphetamine on the wages of the woman, and she take about 200 grams of methamphetamine. And then the two of the target bring the methamphetamine from Aceh to Bangka Belitung by the plane, and he put this narcotic to his bag. What's the name of anus? he used technique swallow. And then I will show you, this is the collaborating to discover narcotic crime at the port. He took methamphetamine from Palembang to Mentok Port, and he bring 1 kilograms of methamphetamine. He stored in the toolkit of the truck. And all these discourse need to be collaboration with other instances. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Let me just run over the key point again. First, important to understand the structure organization narcotic crime. Second, important to know the narcotic smuggling route. Finally, I explain important to collaborating with other institutions that are concerned with eradicating drugs. In conclusion, to reduce narcotics trafficking by arresting suspect and narcotic evidence in large quantities with collaboration to other related institutions. Thank you for your attention. I'd be glad to try and answer any question.
Could I ask you a question, Shera?
Yes, Miss Dila.
Uh, in your personal opinion,
Yes.
which is more important, the amount of the drugs that you get or the network? I mean, you catch the network of eliciting drug smuggling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dila. I think it's both of them is important. Why? Because the large quantities of evidence, that means methamphetamine or marijuana or maybe ecstasy, if you catch them, itu dapat itu bisa mencegah penggunaan oleh
Prevent.
banyak orang. Yes. Tapi kalau misalnya if you arresting the important person in this network, itu juga lebih baik.
So, in your personal opinion, both of them is important, right?
Yes, both of them is important, Miss Dila.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Dila. Excuse me, sir.
Sorry, I talk all alone, yeah. Nobody listen to what I said. Okay. Yes, thank you for the presentation, Basira. You started your presentation with the background, right? And then you deeply talk about your name and position. But I need to stress you that you need to include your experience, yeah. Because remember in my first opening that the first thing in public speaking that you need to establish is building credibility, yeah. Authority, you have the to show to people that you are the right person to talk about it. Number two, you continue with, but you forgot to use the preview. Yeah, you don't mention the objective of a presentation. You don't mention how many points are you going to develop. Did you mention that or not? Standard like the others, objective, what is the orientation, and then how many points you develop, right? And then you start discuss, yeah. But you jump right into the discussion, yeah. Discussions about the data. The way you present it is actually very good in terms of the pace, yeah. The space is not too fast, not too slow, yeah. Very clear, and your voice also very clear, yeah. However, when there is a data like you just mentioned earlier concerning the how many islands, yeah, in Bangka. Is it in Bangka Belitung or in which place? In where, Mbak Sierra?
In Bangka Belitung, sir.
Yeah, in Bangka Belitung there are many islands, and so it's not easy to cover it all with all the police, yeah. So you have to collaborate with other institutions, and the most important thing is the community, yeah, especially if it is in the sea, in the harbor, then the fishermen maybe, yeah, the fishermen, the harbor people, yeah, those are the people who knows best about strange people, yeah, who are doing VC business, yeah, maybe doing something suspicious, yeah, they will know exactly, they can spot it very quickly, yeah. But to do that, you need to also to establish cooperation with the community as well, yeah. Okay, so in terms of the content, I think is before when you have a data, you have to show, look, as you can see here, we have so many islands, limited place. This impacted how easy they can get into the Bangka Belitung island to smuggle the drugs. Yeah, because of that, we need to cooperate with many parties. Yeah, both from government and also society. This helps us to catch several drug traffickers. For example, then you mentioned in the airport, in the harbor, on the land, in the land. Yeah. So with that, then your presentation get be much more powerful. Yeah. And the ending, as I mentioned, like your friend has done, the ending is very important. If possible, what would be the impactful ending? Yeah. When you end your presentation, what would be the impactful ending that people will learn and understand? For example, in your case here, you need to support, for example, as you know, the challenges in Bangka Belitung National Narcotic Board is to make sure that we have as many collaboration as possible and using what the good method come into Bangka Belitung, because I heard in Bangka Belitung is booming. Yeah, they are mushrooming. Many drugs abuse are found in Bangka Belitung. Yeah, because it is a very peaceful, very nice area. Yeah, very low crime. With the increase of drugs, more crime now existed in Bangka Belitung, and it's dangerous. Yeah, because of drugs. Okay, so maybe your comment should be, we invite every one of you, the audience, who can contribute to our challenges, to make sure that the national objective of eradicating drug abuse in Indonesia can be fulfilled, like Pak Jokowi has stated. Yeah, hunt them, jail them, kill them, or shoot them, right? That's what the impactful ending. Okay, and you all, I think it's okay, Mbak Sierra. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Now I'd
sir.
like to invite the last presenter, but not least, Mr. Rizal. Is he here? Mr. Rizal, are you here? Mr. Rizal? Huh? Where is he? Rizal is not here? Then what should we do? Rizal, anybody can contact Mr. Rizal to join this presentation?
Maaf Pak, tadi di grup Pak Fahrizalnya bilang katanya agak telat gitu.
Oh, okay. Okay, in that case, then we wait for him. Now we have a break again before we have one presentation and then closing ceremony. Okay? All right? So we wait. Yes? Okay? Nyalain. Halo. Nobody has Pak Rizal number? Hello. Have you contacted Pak Rizal? When do you think he will be here?
Sudah dikontak lewat grup Pak, tapi belum dijawab.
Oh gitu ya. Oke. Iya. Ya ya. Hmm.
I'm calling him. Halo Pak Farizal. Halo. Halo, ini udah ditunggu untuk presentasi di grup. Disuruh nunggu katanya. Halo? Oh, baru pulang dari masjid ya? Oke. Ya.
Baru selesai Jumatan ya, Mbak? Iya.
Iya, baru pulang dari masjid.
Belum juga ya?
He said in 20 minutes.
Mbak Dila, belum juga ya Mbak Dila ya?
Pak Farizal said in 20
Mas Fahrinya belum juga.
around 20 minutes, sir.
In 20 minutes gitu.
Di Aceh baru selesai sholat Jumat.
Oh gitu ya. Ya. Ini banyak kan muda-muda ya teman-teman ya nih. Yang di grup kita ini muda-muda semua ya? Halo?
Berjiwa muda,
Ya,
Pak.
usianya di bawah 30 semua.
Enggak.
Hah? Bukan yang muda-muda sekali kan, tampangnya masih 20 apa? 20-an ya?
I am 38.
Hah?
You look younger, Miss
Masa?
Marini.
Really? Iya,
Maybe
much
because
younger
in
than
front
your
of
age
me
ya.
is jendela ya, jadi apa?
Cahayanya bagus.
Gitu
Boleh
ya.
ditiru tuh kalau Zoom di depan jendela
Iya.
aja.
Kalau saya sih emang tua, gitu, paling tua saya kali ini, ya. Iya. Pak Sindu tahun ini pensiun ya, Pak Sindu ya.
Itu kenyataannya
Iya.
sedih.
Jadi iya, ini sayangnya koneksi di Bala ini kurang bagus deh, jadi bolak-balik itu terus, kadang terputus, kadang ini kayak kemarin di pembukaan tuh paling kacau balau tuh karena Lisbeth itu kan yang hostnya kan Mbak Lisbeth itu nanganin juga doa bersama di waktu yang sama dengan kita ada kelas itu, buka kelas itu, makanya agak repot kemarin itu. Kita ini banyak kan langganan pakai pribadi juga gitu, nggak dari kantor karena kantor nggak nyiapin, jadi kita cari sendiri, bayar sendiri gitu ya. Mungkin nanti juga internet kalau memang kayak begini terus ya kita langganan sendiri juga nantinya gitu, pakai post media atau apa gitu ya, lebih
Iya.
murah gitu. Kok providernya jelek banget ya? Oh di BNN bagus ya, intinya jaringannya bagus ya. Ya.
Jadi kadang-kadang putus-putus juga.
Oh sama gitu juga ya?
Iya.
Iya. Saya nggak ngerti kenapa yang kayak jaringan di rumah kita cuman bayar cuman berapa rupiah gitu ya, tapi kok bagus bener ya. Kalau kantor kok bayarnya puluhan juta kok jelek bener gitu ya. Kenapa ya?
Kalau di kantor kayaknya karena banyak yang make, kan kita juga nggak tahu mereka makainya buat apa aja, Pak. YouTube atau apa gitu kan. Jadi terbelah-belah.
Enggak. Saya tuh First Media bayar sebulan berapa sih? Berapa ya dengan TV 750.000 ya atau 600 ribuan lah. Tapi buat 10 orang mau pakai semuanya YouTube 10-10-nya gak ada masalah. Semuanya kencang semua, nggak terputus-putus ya. Kalau yang di kantor kan pasti biayanya jauh lebih dari besar ya. LAN itu pokoknya nggak kayak BNN, dikit. Pokoknya LAN itu dikit.
Tapi pakai First Media juga atau Speedy, Pak?
Nggak ngerti yang di kantor ini, saya kan pakai provider dari kantor itu. Saya nggak tahu dia sourcing kemana.
Kalau First Media kan swasta istilahnya. Jadi emang kualitasnya bagus.
Iya.
Kalau kantor kami Speedy, Pak.
Oh, Speedy ya.
Speedy, jadi harap
Kurang iya. Kurang iya. Iya. Ya harusnya kan pakai Plus Media aja kan murah gitu loh, bagus, cepet. Gitu. Laptop aja, nih teman-teman kalau beli laptop menggunakan apa saya pakai Barjas gitu ya. paling sebulan udah pada nggak bisa dipakai tuh, udah rusak, bolak-balik mati, apa lemot gitu ya. Mana harganya 2 kali lipat kalau kita beli normal gitu kan. Kalau beli normal kita belinya setengah harga, kualitasnya tahunan baru rusak gitu ya. Kalau ini 1 bulan udah nggak bisa dipakai. Ya nggak ngerti lah saya. Kadang-kadang apa yang salah itu ya. Saya bingung itu. Apa mesinnya, mereknya sama, cuma mesinnya beda, saya nggak ngerti. Iya. Ini dengan bayaran baru 2 kelas loh. Minggu depan semua hakim 10 kelas. Ya, minggu depan ya, 10 kelas. Habis kelas ini selesai, kelas hakim. Makanya saya takutan jaringannya kayak gini, gawat ini. Ya, bahaya ini. Karena paralel semuanya online semua lah gitu kan. Hakim ini kita didik, kita latih di sini 688 hakim ya, seluruh Indonesia. Gitu. Setahun kita tahun depan 1000 ya. Jadi banyak. Iya, tapi programnya banyak ya, tergantung level bahasa Inggrisnya. Semangat-semangat tinggi sekali hakim-hakim itu. Adik-adik jangan itu kayak gak kalah tuh, tua-tua juga pada semangatnya nggak keruan ya itu. Mungkin karena hakim kali ya, dia apa menjaga integritasnya sendiri kan. Kedisiplinan apa semua luar biasa. Makanya agak ngeri kalau dengan hakim itu kita kalau jaringannya agak ngeri juga karena semangat mereka tinggi langit begitu. WA itu ramenya nggak keruan. Makanya saya waduh, tahun ini saya jangan masuk di WA grupnya deh. Kalau masuk di WA grupnya pertanyaannya deras bener. Iya.
Deras dan kritis ya, Pak?
Iya, waduh luar biasa itu. Makanya kalau dulu kan cuma 40 orang aja udah deras kayak gitu ya. Sekarang kan 200. Dikalikan 10 kali lipat deh. Nah itu, kalau kayak Lisbeth itu bagus tuh. Lisbeth itu cepat dalam menangani pertanyaan-pertanyaan itu, dia cepat itu. Lisbeth itu bagus itu. Dia bekerja sangat-sangat cepat. Kita yang tua-tua ini kan kita nggak ngurusin itu terus. Kan banyak yang diurusin. Kalau saya gitu ya, sebagai pimpinan kan banyak yang ngurusin. Itu. Tapi intinya ya kalau presentasi tadi ya, kalau bisa selalu diawali itu dengan membangun kredibilitas ya. Karena orang itu ternyata mau mendengarkan kita kalau tahu siapa kita. Nah, bagaimana dia tahu siapa kita kalau kita nggak kasih tahu? Kecuali ada moderator. Moderatornya yang jelaskan ke kita. Ya, kesempatan kita ini nggak ada moderator. Makanya kita harus menyampaikan kenapa kita perlu didengar oleh mereka. Itu tadi saya bilang pengalaman, latar belakang pendidikan boleh juga. Kayak tadi kan kualitasnya Mas, siapa tadi itu Mas, yang cowok itu Mas Risaldi kan. Pak Mas Risaldi itu kan biasa, dia ada disertasinya, makanya bagus gitu kan, datanya mantap gitu kan. Ya kalau kayak gitu emang bagus banget kan itu kan gitu. Didengarnya aja enak gitu kan, karena memang sudah teruji gitu kan. Nah itu untuk kredibilitas. Lalu yang kedua itu terkait dengan isi ya. Pas kita isi, cara ngomong adik-adik itu udah bagus sekali ya. Maksudnya dari sisi kecepatan tadi udah tepat, mudah diikuti maksudnya. Kejelasan juga sudah jelas ya bahasa Inggrisnya, walaupun sedikit-sedikit masih salah ya nggak apa-apa lah. Toh ditulis juga gitu ya, kalau salah ada tulisannya. Minimal salah di tulisan, apa salah dia pronunciation tapi di tulisan masih jelas gitu kan. Lalu apalagi yang bagus dari adik-adik tadi saya lihat tuh. Nah itu kreativitas tadi teman-teman, bagaimana memberikan pertanyaan, bagaimana memilih topik yang kira-kira membuat orang jadi tergugah ya dengan topik itu. Kayak perkawinan itu bukan hal kecil, itu luar biasa tuh. Tadi siapa yang perkawinan tadi nih? Yang ngomongin perkawinan tadi?
Mbak Pitra.
Iya, Mbak Pita ya. Ya itu kan penting banget, ini udah masuk nih Pak Rizal nih. Pak Rizal udah siap? Are you ready? Pak Rizal, udah saya terima tadi itu. Pak Rizal, udah siap? Not join masih belum. Gimana ini? Tapi kok dia belum ini ya? Udah saya iniin tuh. Room 1 udah saya suruh ke room 1 ini kok nggak ini ya? Apa diklik dulu ya? Udah saya masukkan ke room 1 kok nggak mau ya? Not join terus ini. Jadi kita kalau presentasi gini sebenarnya bisa belajar dari teman-teman kita yang bagus-bagus yang tadi udah presentasi ya. Itu enak itu. Eh, apa ya? Masing-masing punya kekuatan-kekuatan masing-masing ya. Kalau PowerPoint-nya kan semuanya sudah bagus lah, sudah cukup jumlahnya, sudah bagus, dilihatnya enak gitu ya. Jadi nggak ini ya, nggak ada keluhan lah dari saya. Cuman kalau yang tadi belum diterjemahkan, mungkin diterjemahkan gitu. Ini tapi adik-adik ini semua ini ya, bukan adik-adik bapak ibu ini ya, bapak ibu ini ya. Ini karena saya udah tua jadi manggilnya adik-adik mulu ya. Biasa ngajar di kampus begini nih, di kabar kampus. Eh, eh. Saya juga ngajar di UI ya dari tahun 95 sampai sekarang ya. Jadi banyak kan sering ngajar di kampus. Kalau di kampus tuh yang biasa ngomong melulu kan namanya dosen. Kalau dosen kan cerita aja sendiri ya.
Di
Seperti
UI
itu.
bahasa Inggris juga, Pak?
Bahasa Inggris juga untuk broadcast, untuk PR gitu ya. Itu untuk bisnis gitu. Tapi ya mereka pada semangat ya. Karena yang mereka banyak itu sih saya banyak sih project work ya. Kalau PR dia suruh buat PR campaign. Paling saya kasih template papernya, template proposalnya ya, proposal campaign proposalnya, template-nya saya kasih. Lalu mereka harus buat video, sekalian presentasi videonya itu. Pada seneng bener itu mereka. Ya. Anak-anak sekarang ternyata lebih senang dikasih project work begitu ya, dibandingkan diomongin terus gitu ya. Betul ya, Dek? Ya, Bapak Ibu nih sekalian nih. Ya, kayaknya seperti itu. Gitu. Ya, apa ya? Memang kok kalau jadi presentasi itu nomor satu PPD ya. PD itu nggak boleh kurang. Karena pertanyaan orang bisa mengerikan juga. Iya. Nih sambil nunggu Mas Pak Rizal saya cerita ya. Pengalaman saya tahun 1997. Ya. Umur saya waktu itu masih 28 tahun. Saya waktu itu masih D3, udah S1, udah S2, tapi saya masih dari D3 kan dulu nggak disesamakan tuh. Harus disamakan, belum disamakan. Jadinya golongan saya 2C. Saya ngajar kepala dinas seluruh Indonesia dari apa namanya? Badan Penanaman Modal tuh. BPM ya, Badan Penanaman Modal. Saya ngajar pesertanya 42 kepala dinas seluruh Indonesia Barat ya. Ngajarnya di Jogja Hotel. Nah, pada saat saya diminta mengajar itu oleh Rektor BPM, saya diminta menjadikan contoh bagi para WI untuk belajar cara presentasi yang baik atau ngajar yang baik itu seperti saya itu. Jadi yang nonton itu Wijaswara Utama yang tua-tua ada 12, peserta 42. Lalu disampaikan oleh moderator, ini ada Pak Agung dari LAN yang akan memberi sesi tentang effective presentation pada saat itu ya. Lalu dia staf AKLN, waktu itu saya staf administrasi kerjasama luar negeri. Golongannya 2C gitu kan. Ngajar eselon 2 kan 4C ya, dia 4B, 4C kan. Dia mau ngasih sesi itu, ya silakan Pak Agung gitu kan. Buat. Baru saya bilang, Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu sekalian, ya bahasa Inggris ya. Langsung diteriakin, turun lo, anak kecil ngapain gitu kan. Ngapain lu ngajar gue lo? Turun lu sana, gue nggak butuh lu, pergi lu gitu kan. Bayangin coba, berisik bener tuh ke ruangan. Lalu saya, oke, terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas pandangannya terhadap saya. Lalu saya informasikan bahwa kehadiran saya di sini amanat dari Rektor BPM untuk memberikan sesi ini ya. Padahal 12 Wijaswara memperhatikan saya bagaimana anak kecil ini nih. Nah, katanya saya suruh belajar anak kecil ini kan. Gitu kan. Nah, terus saya bilang, gini Bapak Ibu. Ini ada berapa orang sini? 42 Pak. Oke. Saya naik ke meja. Saya naik ke meja podium itu loh. Kan di hotel kan gede gitu tuh meja panjang. Naik saya ke meja. Pantat saya tunggingin. Ada berapa? 42. Kalau saya memang nggak layak berada di ruangan ini mengajar Bapak Ibu sekalian, 42 orang tendang pantat saya siap ditendang oleh 42 Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tapi perkenankan saya presentasi selama 15 menit dulu. Kan saya kasih waktu 2 jam ya. 15 menit dulu saya presentasi. Bapak siap? Langsung dijawab. Siap! Waduh! Gak usah, itu sampai tenggorokan kering. Karena saya pengen mereka minta maaf ke saya gitu. Pak, nggak jangan begitulah Pak. Nggak apa, kita nggak gitu kan. Ternyata enggak. Dia bilang, oke siap. Nanti kita tendang Pak Agung. Oke siap. Gitu kan. Tapi syaratnya Pak, saya bilang, Bapak Ibu sekalian harus nurut apa yang saya sampaikan selama 15 menit. Saya perintahkan apa saja harus mau, ya. Dan akhirnya mereka sepakat. Oke, Pak, kami akan nurut apa yang kata Bapak sampaikan selama 15 menit ya. Apabila tampilan saya gak bagus, maka saya akan ditendang 42 orang itu, ya. Itu deh, saya langsung ngajar selama 15 menit, ya. Setelah 15 menit saya maju lagi, Bapak Ibu, waktu sudah habis. Sekarang waktu hak penghakiman. Apakah saya tidak layak berada di hadapan Bapak Ibu sekalian? Pantat saya sudah siap untuk ditendang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Wah, rame banget ya. Minta maaf semua ya. Dan senang banget karena kan nah itu kayak gitu-gitu deh. Itu kan butuh keberanian. Kalau nggak berani, adik harus kayak gimana kalau jadi saya seperti itu? Diteriakin, ngapain lu? Ngajarin gue anak kecil. Golongan 2C, ngajarin 4C. Pengalaman udah jelas jauh lah gitu ya, 2C sama 4C jauh banget pengalaman kerjanya ya. Kalau kewenangan apalagi gitu ya, uang apalagi gitu ya, ya jauh lah semuanya. Yang doktornya banyak, saya baru master gitu. Jadi hal-hal kayak gitu ternyata dibutuhkan keberanian, kepercayaan diri kita. Kalau kita sudah mempersiapkan materi kita dengan baik, mau dihajarin orang kayak gitu kita tidak akan mundur. Ya. Tegang ya pasti tegang, orang saya minum susah, air putih itu habis. 1 botol aqua begini nih, habis. Karena stres juga kan gitu kan. Tapi itu yang saya alami ya teman-teman tahun 97. Karena saya tuh umur 24 saja sudah ngajar PKN 2. Umur 24 tahun. Sama perlakuannya. Anak kecil turun lo gitu kan, ngajar di Lang. Mau ngapain di situ? Dulu lulusan D3 ya. Wah, diteriakin gak keruan. Jadi hal seperti itu, Dek, bisa dikalahkan dengan apa? Persiapan yang matang. Tahu benar-benar, saya tuh kalau ada Bapak Ibu sekalian yang bisa tahu ya kenapa saya bisa begitu. Saya belajarnya tuh 1 atau 2 tahun magang sama orang Inggris dan sama teman-teman dari LAN yang senior yang udah jago. 2 tahun hanya magang loh. Setiap dia ngajar tuh saya catat detik ke detiknya dia ngapain saja gitu loh. Saya catat bener selama 2 tahun tuh. Terus-terusan. Setahun lah, nggak 2 tahun kali. Jadi saya udah belajar 1 tahun penuh. Makanya saya siap diganyang begitu masih tetap berdiri tegak ya. Kalau enggak, aduh, ya. Nah itulah pengalaman saya dulu waktu masih muda ya di awal karir itu. Nah, kalau adik-adik ini udah bagus sekali ya, karena usianya juga lebih senior dari saya. Bentar saya minum dulu. Seperti itu. Ya, jadi ternyata presentasi itu kalau kita persiapkan dengan matang, betapa sulitnya pertanyaan atau respon dari peserta, kita akan bisa tangani dengan mudah karena kita sudah persiapan cukup matang. Ya, sangat matang lah, bukan cukup matang. Gitu. Nah, itu terjadi seperti itu. Jadi pesan saya kalau untuk adik-adik nanti untuk extension program ini atau penyuluhan ini ya, pastikan tahu benar audiensnya. Jadi udah siap antisipasi. Ini audiensnya akan yang kayak audiens kayak Pak Agung nggak nih gitu ya, yang teriak-teriak begitu gitu ya. Kalau yang akan teriak-teriak begitu harus siap mental betul-betul lo, materi harus kuat banget itu ya. Kalau enggak ya bahaya sekali gitu ya. Ya itulah apa ya pengalaman-pengalaman saya dari dulu ya. Karena dari umur 24 tahun kan saya udah ngajar PKN 2, bayangin. Waktu itu masih honorer lagi. Saya jadi pegawai negeri tahun 95. honorer dari tahun 91 sampai 94 ya, honorer. Nah, 95 itu saya masuk LAN di CPNS, tapi saya langsung ngambil master, padahal belum latsar, belum ada pendidikan dasar gitu ya. Jadi masih belum dapat, NIP-nya belum dapat saya udah ngambil master di Inggris ya, tapi belum dapat NIP, dengan jaminan bahwa dalam 1 tahun saya sudah dapat master. Saya sanggupin, dan itu belajarnya nangis-nangis deh, jam 9 sampai saya belajar tuh dari jam 9 pagi di kelas, sampai jam 5 sampai jam 11 di perpustakaan, jam 11 sampai jam 4 nulis di rumah, baca dan nulis di rumah. Setiap hari seperti itu. Karena saya nilainya harus baik, untuk bisa lulus dalam waktu setahun itu saya nilainya harus baik. Ya itu, perjuangannya seperti itu, sambil belajar agama juga di sana ya, saya belajar agama juga. Ya, jadi seperti itu. Jadi banyak hal lah kayak pengalaman-pengalaman itu ya. Yang jelas percaya diri wajib ya. Teman-teman tadi dengan ngomongnya kecepatannya sudah bisa diatur, tapi percaya diri sudah dapat. Ngomongnya jelas, percaya diri udah dapat ya. Ciri-ciri percaya diri gitu, ngomongnya bisa kecepatannya diatur. Ngomongnya jelas. Nah, itu tuh namanya udah percaya diri. Gitu. Nah, tinggal ditingkatkan dari kualitas materi. Kalau bisa yang ada dampak tok gitu, itu loh. Jadi apa ya, biar lebih orang tuh jadi ini. Karena yang saya tadi bilang itu ya, attention span itu sangat kritis. Ya, itu tantangan kita sebagai presenter atau pengajar. Bagaimana nih attention span yang naik turun tadi itu yang harusnya yang turun itu kita bisa naik turunin gitu. Itu terjaga gitu. Itu kan harus ada intuisi, metode, intuisi, dan itu harus main itu semua. Dan itu nggak mudah. Nah, kebetulan kalau presentasi kan singkat. Itu agak lebih walaupun singkat tapi persiapannya lebih berat dibandingkan kalau ngajar seharian itu ya, beda. Kalau ngajar seharian bisa kasih tugas-tugas gitu ya. Tapi kalau yang cuma 4 menit gitu ya, 5 menit atau 15 menit itu kan lebih berat. Kayak ini ya, penyuluhan narkoba ini kan pertanyaan orang itu kan mereka kan nggak habis pikir kenapa sih kita tahu bahwa di lapangan banyak sekali yang kena yang penjual narkoba kan banyak ya. Tapi kan emang kalau BNN kalau nggak besar kan nggak ditanganin. Tanganin yang BNN kan yang besar-besar, yang kecil-kecil kan polisi. Nah itu harus disampaikan juga kepada masyarakat bahwa BNN itu menangani kelas kakap. Karena modalnya gede untuk menggerebek itu kan, ya untuk menggulung itu kan besar modalnya. Kalau cuman berapa gram doang gitu nangkepnya kan BNN, bukan kelas BNN, itu kan kelas polisi aja itu kan ya. Nah, itu juga harus dikasih tahu ke pemahaman ke masyarakat di mana perbedaan antara polisi dan BNN. Oke, sekarang sudah ada nih, we have the last presenter, Mr. Fahrizal from Aceh. Oke, Mr. Fahrizal, the floor is yours. Yeah, okay, please.
Langsung share bahan ya?
Yes, share screen, ya.
Tapi masih di disable.
Oh gitu. Masa share screen di disable?
Host disable participant screen sharing.
Oh. Sudah sini multiple participant can share simultaneously, artinya bisa. Di sini bisa. Coba deh share lagi deh. Di punya saya buka bisa itu ya. Apa punya saya doang bisa? Coba tak tanya Lisbeth. Pak Lisbethnya coba. Share screen-nya di share screen. Dibuka. Di kelas A room 1 ya. Kelas A room 1. Udah bisa belum Pak Asfar itu?
Masih belum bisa Pak, disable Pak.
Wah hebat ini langsung. Ini hebatnya kalau udah sekarang ini gini kan. Nah gitu ya. Tunjukkannya bisa itu ya. Ini sudah saya tanya. This ini tadi dasar ini kan. Tunggu lagi gitu ya. Ini padahal mau sekalian penutupan aja tuh biar cepet nih.
Or maybe I'm
Bisa.
sharing in chat box.
Sudah bisa?
Belum, Pak. Kalau
Belum. Udah saya minta nih sih itu dia.
kalau saya sharing dari chatbox gimana, Pak?
Jangan kali nggak chatbot. Emang bisa? Kecil banget kali. Ini lagi dia respon tuh dia. Stiker deh. Udah kali ya. Oh, ini sih. Sudah diberikan dari awal, Pak. Sudah dibuka dari awal, kata dia gitu. Iya, orang di sini tulisnya multiple gitu kok, bisa. Saya kasih ke mana tuh? Pak
Halo,
Rizal.
izin Pak, ini kayaknya lift breakout room-nya mau kepotong deh Pak. Ada ini apa? Aduh nggak tahu nih kenapa tiba-tiba ketutup breakout room-nya.
Oh gitu.
Iya gimana? Apa mau di main room aja Pak Fahrizal ya ini?
Iya di main room aja dah, Pak Rizalnya dah. Di main room aja nggak apa-apa.
Ya.
Kapok kita nih.
Ya.
Ya.
Pak Rizal biar lebih banyak audiensnya.
Izin ya
Kalau
Pak.
sendiri dia terlambat.
Izin
Iya
ya
kan?
Pak Fahrizal.
Iya.
Breakout room-nya selesai dalam waktu 20 detik ya.
Kapok kita nih Pak. Bahasa Inggris Pak.